everybody.
Hi.
How is everybody today? Let us know in the comments. It is a holiday here in Canada, so I have Kelsey on a Monday, which is very exciting.
Yes, unusual.
I know. I'm like, well, even for me to do them during the week, I normally do them on the weekend.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have some Monday sprints start the week off exciting. We're going to go over what we're all reading and who Kelsey is for those who don't know. But as you're popping in, say hi, let us know what you're reading, and we're going to get right down to it. Kelsey, can you introduce yourself? Let people know where to find you.
Yeah.
All the good stuff.
Yeah, so my name's Kelsey and my Instagram or bookstagram is reads.with.k, and basically I do reviews. That's basically it.
It should be in the description of this video if I remember. If I did it right.
Yes.
I'm checking now just to make sure, but
yes. So basically, yeah, I just do bookstagram and that's about it. I just do reviews and reels and that kind of thing. So a lot of hauls lately. So lots of used book hauls, which has been great. So
I love haul videos. They're so fun.
I know.
Yes, I did put it in the description. Go me. So you can go and follow Kelsey over on Instagram down in the description. I was like, I did remember. I never know. What are you reading?
So I'm reading The Wicked Deep. So I haven't read any of her books before. I just bought Winterwood, I believe it's called.
That was one of my top 5 books of last year.
Oh, okay.
Was Winterwood.
Yeah, I wish I had time to read. I don't think I'm going to get to that one. But
so it's the only Shea Earnshaw I've read.
Yeah.
But it was probably like my top 3 of last year. It was really high. It got up there, and not so much that the plot is really in depth because it's not, because it is like a pretty lighter YA, but her atmosphere was like top tier. It was great. So I'm interested to see how you like The Wicked Deep.
So far, I mean, I'm only like 3 or 4 pages in, but so far I like it. It's reminding me of Hocus Pocus a little bit.
Yeah.
I just get that vibe a lot from it, which I love Hocus Pocus. I haven't watched the second one. Did you watch it? It just
not yet. I haven't seen the second one yet.
I need to. But yeah, so that's what it's kind of reminding me of a little bit. So
yeah, I'm going to be reading probably next week. I don't think it's her most recent because I think the Pumpkin book came out since then, but The History of Wild Places by Shea Earnshaw is on my TBR for this month. So I'm very excited to read that because I think, like I said, I just liked how her writing style was. I don't even think I care so much. Like, I think I'll like anything she writes just because it was like a style thing.
Yeah.
But I also like that she kind of sticks to witchy books, which is...
Yeah, it's perfect for Halloween. I feel like Halloween books and Christmas books, like you just rate them differently a little bit because they just like put you in that like fall or Christmas mood. Like I almost feel like I rate them on a different level for sure.
Same. I do too. That's why this week today starts the Wacky Witches Readathon. So I kept all my witchy books for this week because I was like, okay, I just want to read my witchy books for an entire week. So I started the X-Hex this morning.
Oh, I've been wanting to read that, but I've seen iffy reviews.
I know. Last year when it first came out, everyone was going on about it. So I got it, didn't have time to read it because you know what happens every year, that there's too many holiday books for
like this one.
a holiday, right? There's so many holiday books out for a specific holiday and you just can't read them all.
I know, we need like 2 months per holiday, I feel like.
So true. So I didn't get around to this. And then this year I'm like, oh, I'm hearing so many mixed things. So I think people are actually... I think maybe that's even what happened was everyone hauled it last year and no one actually had time to read it. So now everyone's actually reading it. So we're getting like actual thoughts. But so far I'm liking it. I'm like 8 chapters in.
Okay. Yeah.
It's really a fluffy rom-com. Like it's fluffy. It's not anything.
Yeah.
It's not anything like special, but it's like cozy and fun.
She had another book. Is it the second one of that one or completely unrelated?
Yeah, no, it is the second. It's the Kiss Curse.
Yes, yeah.
I think. So I think at this point I probably would pick up the second book. But we'll see what I think. I don't read a lot of rom-coms though, so my opinion on romance is not necessarily like very see through just because I don't read a lot of them, but
Yeah, I only do mostly Christmas time. I feel like and again, I have a different review scale on those because I only read two, and usually I just like them, and then I'm over the Christmas reads because I can't read too many.
I agree. I want all of my Christmas books to be like Netflix movies.
Yeah.
And that's what I like.
Exactly.
But the rest of the year, I don't really pick up romance books that often. I will occasionally.
Yeah, you don't really. I got really into romance this year more towards the start of the year. And then I kind of just got sick of them because I was reading too many.
Yeah.
But you don't read a lot, really.
No, I don't. I read a little bit, but not a ton. Hi, Sandra.
Hi.
How are you? Oh, Gone Girl. Yes.
I have not read that, but I've seen the movie.
I've seen the movie. I haven't read the book. I have the book, but I haven't read the book. But I've heard good things about the book, and I liked the movie.
So. I like the movie too.
Hi, Taylor. How are you? Just Like Mother. Is this the one with the doll's head on the cover? I think I
haven't heard of this one, I don't think.
Oh, I think it's just a doll's head, like a decapitated doll's head.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Hold on, I'm going to have to look.
I could be wrong. I could be thinking of the wrong book, but I'm pretty sure that's what this book is. And that's not, I'm just starting.
Oh, yeah, I recognize this.
Yeah, I'm just starting to dip my toe into horror. Just starting to.
I have not, and I don't know that I ever will. I won't sleep at night.
I didn't think I would either, but then people have made me. They're like, you need to read this. I'm like, okay. We'll see how it goes. Hi, Jess. How are you? What are you reading or doing during these sprints? Hi, Kim. How are you doing?
Hi.
Brittany, can you tell me how to do the thing you were talking about the other day when you sorted your YouTube to see all the upcoming live shows? Yes, I can do that. So if you go to, you have to do it from the app, the YouTube app. But if you go to your subscriptions, there's like all the people. Oh, hold on. Let's see if I can get this to show. So there's all the bubbles of the people that you're subscribed to. And then there's like all videos today, currently watching. If you scroll like through that list, you'll see live as an option. And if you click live, it sorts all your live shows. So you can see all the sprints of the people you're currently subscribed to and when their sprints are.
Okay, that's good to know. I did not know this. And I was wondering.
So it actually, I do that almost every morning. I'll like just go and see who's live and when. So that I kind of have like an idea of like who I can hop on comments with. But yeah, no problem. Oh, Kim, you don't have the app. Yeah, I don't think you can do it on the computer. I think you need the app to do it, which is silly. They should have it in both places.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a creepy cover. It's just a doll's head.
Yeah, I looked it up and I'm like, oh yes, this one.
Yeah. Is it a creepy? It must be also a creepy book, I would assume.
I would assume so from the cover.
I've heard good things. Hi, Pat. How are you? It must be dinner time in where you are, I believe, if I've done the time change correctly. How are you doing? I wonder how to do them from the laptop. I don't know if you can, but I'll look and see. You would think you could.
Yeah, usually it's the opposite. You can do it from the laptop and not the app.
You would think it would be an option.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. No problem. Hi, Michelle. How are you doing? What are you reading or doing during these sprints? Let us know. Kim, are you out of your reading slump or are you still slumping? I'm taking you with me to return my library books. I love that. I love that I get to come with you and get an energy drink. Yes, I need to get coffee. That's something that needs to happen soon.
Yeah, usually you have your coffee.
I know. I didn't go to Tim Hortons. I'm like so off brand.
Tim Hortons.
Like that's gonna be my brand, my Tim Hortons coffee, because I need coffee. 39 pages left of your book. That's exciting. What are you reading? I can't quite remember. I know you told me in sprints the other day, but I can't remember. Remind me. I'm meeting my sister-in-law for coffee, but I'll check back later. Nice. Reading our cooked hearts. I'm really enjoying it. Love that. And have fun with your sister-in-law for coffee. Yep, 5:15. That's what I thought. I was like, I think it's supper time for you, Pat. I feel like I've got the times change with British Standard Time down pat because there are so many booktube people in England that I've had to adjust to thinking in British Standard Time.
Well, you're used to adjusting anyway because you're that hour off, right? So, and no one seems to use that time. So
No one. No, nothing ever. Not even here. We don't even list our own TV in Atlantic Standard Time. We list it in Eastern. No one lists anything. I don't even say it on sprints. I'm like, oh, Atlantic Standard Time, because no one even knows what that is. Because it's only PI, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. Like nowhere in the States is in Atlantic. Yeah. That's it. It's just these 3 tiny little Canadian provinces. So no one knows. Because Newfoundland isn't even in Atlantic Standard Time.
Oh my gosh. So it's literally barely, why'd they do that?
It's so weird. It's just like this tiny little bit of the world. So no one ever knows it. So I'm just used to doing time for everything. Still feel slumpy. Everything bores me. Oh, Kim, hopefully you get out of your slump soon. I hate a reading slump. I'm hoping not to get into one this October because I feel like
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. Because I'm reading so many books this October because I want to fit them all in. Like we were talking about, so many spooky books to fit in such a small period of time. And I also feel like in the States, they can kind of like float their spooky into November. But I feel like in Canada, we start Christmas in November.
Yeah. Like I think I usually put up the tree like mid-November for sure.
We always do on the 11th.
Oh, wow. That's, I guess, yes. Because after Remembrance Day,
Yeah, so we wait till after all the Remembrance Day stuff's over. And then we do it in the afternoon. I have ever since I was a kid. So like I just feel like really our spooky season like ends with Halloween because
like November 1st,
we've already had Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
because we've already had Thanksgiving. So like all the stores go immediately Christmas. There isn't a spooky thing left.
I would hate having Thanksgiving in November.
Me too.
I think about it all the time and I'm like, so you decorate for like a couple weeks for Thanksgiving and then you're right on to Christmas. And then it just seems so close together. It's just like one event after another almost.
I agree. I think it's nice also because it does kind of let us have like Christmas for longer.
Yeah.
Just naturally. And also because we live in Canada, it's cold here early.
Yeah, so already it's cold.
It's already freezing. The other day we had frost and I was like, yep, that's about right. Like there'll be snow soon. You'll probably get snow before I do.
Yeah.
Ontario gets it early.
I think we usually get it in like end of October, start of November, but like only like, the stuff that like doesn't really stay on the ground. And then we get like an actual snowfall in December usually. Yeah,
we can usually get away with not getting a full snow until like late December, January, but we'll get frost and snow that doesn't stay for long.
Yeah.
Until then, but I feel like it's just like it makes Christmas last longer. And because Christmas is such an expensive holiday, it's kind of fun to like pull it out.
I know.
Like you'll start seeing Christmas decorations go up on our street soon.
They'll go up like literally not even after Remembrance Day. Like
the first couple weeks of November, you start seeing Christmas lights go up. And I'm like, yeah, that's how it's done.
And it's like already in the stores. It's been in the stores since like September.
I know. Yeah. It's nuts. Next, Always by Nora Roberts. But I agree with you. I wouldn't want Thanksgiving to be in November. Yeah. Maybe because I'm just so used to it being in October.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm breaking it up. I read like 2 horror thrillers, then changed to romance or contemporary. Yes.
Yeah, this helps.
It does help when you read different genres. Like I read a lot of genres. So do you, Kelsey. Like there's about 4 or 5 that we read.
Yeah, for sure.
We read fantasy and some romance, thrillers.
Thriller. Is that it?
You read some historical fiction.
Yes,
Not a lot.
minor.
A
And then
little
I
bit.
read some nonfiction. I haven't really lately, but yeah.
Yeah. So it's nice to break it up a little bit. I think that's why I picked this one as my first witchy book, because I've been reading a lot of like thrillers and horror, and I was like, okay, a romance is probably gonna just be like a nice little break from
Yep.
thrillers, because I've read so many thrillers already this month. So many. Our clocks go back on October 3rd. Do you know when ours go back?
Weird. Here it's like November 10th maybe area, like around then.
Yeah. I find it odd that everybody does it on different weekends.
I did not know that. I
Well,
thought it was all the same.
What really threw me off is Crystal from Bond Book Reviews. I was doing sprints with her last week. So I tried to do the time change in my head for her of 13 hours. And then she goes, no, that wouldn't be right because we sprung ahead because it's spring there. So we fall back and they spring ahead. So we end up with a 2-hour more time difference than I'm used to.
Oh my God.
And I was like, oh no, this is no. I was like, no, that's too much. My brain hurts too much.
I thought it was all the same. Ours is the 6th of November. I thought it was all the same day.
Well, even that they're going forward and we're going back. Like
I didn't know that was a thing. I thought it was all like the same time and the same forward or back. Yeah.
I know. I had never thought of it. I knew that their spring was our autumn and our, you know what I mean? Like that their summer and us our winter. Like I knew this, but I never really considered it would also mean that they're going forward while we're going back until she said it. And I was like, oh, right on.
Make it more confusing.
Just to make time change more difficult.
Yes.
That's what we all needed.
Yeah.
My Christmas stays up for a long time. Me too. Like I said, it goes up November 11th. And New Year's, I'll take it down.
Yeah, usually. Yeah, I take it down after, because my birthday is like right at the end of like the December. So we've always left up like the tree for my birthday, like as a kid. And like my mom would decorate it like in like whatever color I wanted and like redecorate basically.
Oh, I love that.
I don't do that, but I now leave it up until like at least January, like 4th, 5th. I usually leave it up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually when we take it down, is like the first after New Year's, but not long. So like second.
I think a lot of people do it on New Year's Day specifically.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
Do you do a real tree or a fake tree?
A fake. How about you?
Well, the last year I did a fake tree. I've done both. We have vaulted ceilings in our living room, so I can put like a 20-foot tree in.
Oh, nice.
So if I do a real tree, I go massive.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes why I don't do it, because it's too much work.
Yeah, they're such a hassle and they're constantly shedding. And I'm like also kind of paranoid. I'm like, they're kind of fire hazard when you think of it, you know, a little bit. So I'm like, I'm just going to stick to the fake tree. And then it's cheaper in the end of it because you just have that one for years. So
yeah. Santas go after Christmas. Snowmen stay until February. Tree is last. I do fake tree. I love that. That's the nice thing with the fake tree is you can have it up. Like where I put it up in November, I can't put up a real tree in November. No. So usually it would be like fake tree November, real tree in December. But if I just do the one. Hi, Steph. How are you? I just got home from work and I'm determined to finish the last 78 pages of Kingdom of the Cursed. You got this. We're going to be sprinting for at least a few hours. So you're good. You are good to go. Are you guys ready to start our first sprint? Let me get the timer up.
You changed it from the cat, I noticed.
It's more that everyone has left the cat, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
BookTube has left the cat, and that's okay because I know the cat irritates some people because the meowing scares them.
Yeah.
I did find a spooky pumpkin timer, but I felt like people would unsubscribe if I used it. The reason being is how it goes off is extremely jarring.
Oh my God.
I sent it to Neva and was like, can I use this on sprints? And she's like, oh my God, please do. And I was like, no. It was a little much. Okay. Let's sprint. Hello. How did everybody do?
I didn't do great. I read 20 pages, but I did have lunch, so.
Well, that's still good. That's
Yeah.
very productive. We need to eat. Eating's
Yeah.
important.
Yep.
I got 40 pages and I have
Nice.
opinions now.
Good
This
or
is
bad?
I'm enjoying it. It's not like excellent. Do you know what I mean? Like it's okay.
Yeah.
But it reminds me of like an adult version of Halloween Town. If anyone's seen that movie.
Yes, I love that movie. Well, I did
But
actually.
I think the movie's better. Don't get me wrong. But like that's kind of like the antics level that is happening in this.
And mine's reminding me a lot of Hocus Pocus.
Yeah.
Because there's like 3 witches, and I mean, I haven't gotten that far in the story, but it just is giving me that like vibe. Like the city, it's not even in the same city as far as I know, but it's just giving me the same feeling. So, but I liked Hocus Pocus, so I should like this. So
yeah, and that's why I'm confused why I'm not liking this as much, because I like Halloween Town a lot, but like
yeah, maybe
I'm not disliking it, but it's giving me that same like vibes, but like it's adult, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my thoughts at this point in time. Where was I in the comments? Oh yes. Hi Neva. How are you? Are you still reading? I know you took yesterday off. Neva, as of yesterday, had done a book a day for the entire month of October. And she was like, I'm going to take the day off. And I was like, I don't blame you. Like,
I could never. I don't even think I've ever read a book in one day.
Oh, I did yesterday. It depends on the size. Like novellas I can do.
Yeah, I guess I usually go for bigger books often.
Yeah.
That's probably why I can't.
Yeah, obviously like 400 or 500 page books. It's not happening. That is definitely not happening. I bet with the economy, people will just over decorate. Yes, especially in the UK, bills went up. Yeah, our electricity went up a lot here. I don't know if it did in Ontario too.
I don't think it did. I mean, it went up. It goes up like minimally every so often, but it's never like a huge jump.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I read 21 pages and ate cheese pizza for lunch. I love that. Didn't read yet.
Ate.
I know. Well, it is kind of like, it's not lunchtime for me, but it's lunchtime for most other people. Or supper. It kind of lines with both.
True.
Didn't read yet. I ate and got organized. Love that. See, it did end up being an eating sprint for most people, which is totally good. I am reading today, Good Girl, Bad Blood. I need to read this series. Have you read this?
I haven't, no.
Oh,
I want to, so
maybe we'll keep that in mind.
Yes. I was just going to say, Neva, let us know how you're liking it.
Yes. Personally love the access. I am enjoying it. Don't get me wrong. It's not as good as Halloween Town because I love that movie, but probably because I have nostalgia. That's the word. Thank you. My brain shut down there for a second.
Everything. Do you find though when you sometimes read or watch old stuff, it just doesn't give you the exact same feeling as it did?
True. Yeah. Sometimes it's I don't want to watch them too much because it doesn't hit the same. And then I'll be like, no.
I know.
But I am enjoying it. At this point, I'd say it's 3 or 4 stars level.
Which is pretty good.
Which is still really good. So for a romance for me too, because I don't read a lot of romance, that's pretty good too. So but it definitely as I'm reading it, I'm picturing Halloween Town characters and setting, which maybe might throw me off too. So
I'm doing the same thing with my book, but it's turning out in a good way so far.
So maybe that's throwing me off. I don't know. Loving the vibes of Just Like Mother. Nice. I'm glad you're liking it. Just about to leave to get Ari.
They don't have a holiday in the States.
No.
Right.
Although I saw someone say that it was a holiday for her in the States. So I think it depends on where. Okay. I don't know. But it is here in Canada. Basically everything is closed. Not everything. Fast food is still open.
Yeah, and I think Shoppers and Rexall are open.
Yeah, I think Sobeys and stuff is still open.
Yeah.
Too, but yeah. I'm loving it. Maybe more than the first one. Wow. That's interesting. Is this the second one?
The second, I believe. And I think there's 3 in the series so
There
far.
is 3, and I've heard the third one isn't good.
Really? Okay.
So I was wondering if she's reading the third and maybe has a different opinion, which is, I always love hearing that. Like,
this is the second, though, if I'm remembering the names correctly.
It might be. I only own the first book, but I do want to read them. I've heard really good things about the series.
Yeah, I want to too. We'll have to, I mean, we have our book club picks for a bit, but
we
have to do them.
We have up until, didn't we just pick February's? And I'm like, I can't even remember what we decided.
Oh, yes, we did. I don't know if I want to say, but we were talking about.
We'll keep that.
Okay.
But I really should write them down somewhere because I think it's all just in messages between us.
Yes.
And I know if I had to go back to that original when we set the first 6 or 5 or whatever we set, I'd have to scroll for a long time.
I remember them. I was like, what did we pick for November? I could not remember for the life of me. I remembered December, January. I remembered October because this was back in September, but I couldn't remember November. And I scrolled back up and I'm like, oh, duh. So now I remember them all, but.
Yeah, I'd be like, I'd have to scroll for a minute because we talk a lot.
Yeah.
So our messages are like buried. I'm like, I really should write this down in some sort of planner.
They should have like a search function on Instagram messages.
You should. That would be really helpful.
Yeah. So you could like search the word and then it would pop up.
Yeah. That would be good. Some places have Columbus Day.
Oh,
okay. Because I did see in someone's prints that someone said they had a holiday today. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So good to know. Yes, it's the second. And I'll be starting the third after. Okay. Neva, let me know what you think of the third one because I've not heard the best of things. So I'm interested to hear your take on them because I don't always listen when I hear not good things about books because but no book is for everybody. So even if I hear bad reviews, if I think I'll enjoy it, like the synopsis sounds interesting to me, I'll still give it a try. I may agree or I may not. However, there is a small thing. If you tell me you didn't like something, I do somewhat take that more seriously.
Yeah.
Because there's very few books we disagree on.
Well, actually, so I finished The Family Remains a few days ago and I really liked it.
Did you like it? Oh, okay. That's one of the ones we disagreed on. I did not like it.
I didn't like it to a 5-star, but like I liked hearing like Rachel's point of view and that kind of thing. But I felt like not a lot happened in a way.
Yeah, nothing happened.
But I kind of was like so attached to the characters that I still liked it because of that.
Yeah.
So
I think I was expecting it to follow more of like where it kind of left off in the first one.
Yeah.
But I think I went into it with that in mind. So then when this whole Rachel story came about, I was like, what? And I was very like, I don't understand.
Yeah, why? Not a lot happened. And something was built up between 2 characters that would happen, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
And then nothing happened. And it was like happily ever after.
Yeah.
So it was a bit.
I don't know if I gave it 2 stars or 3. I think I might have given it 3 stars. I didn't like hate it.
Yeah.
I
don't know what I'm. I think
I might have given it 2. It was either a 2 or a 3 star. I don't remember.
I think I'm gonna go 3.5 or 4. I don't know yet. I did like it, but it was a little like I was expecting more action.
Me too.
But because I love the characters, I was okay with how it went. So
absolutely. And I feel like the one problem that I had was it was like at the end, it left a cliffhanger at the beginning of the first book, or at the end. There was like, oh, this is going to happen.
Yeah.
And then at the start of the next book, it basically scraps that and is like, we're actually doing this. And I was like, why? Like, why didn't we just do that? So I think it was more just, it wasn't what I was expecting it to be.
Yeah.
In not a way that I liked. But, yeah. I also read them but so did you. You read them really close together.
Yeah, I read the first one in August and then this one in October. So only 2 months, really.
Yeah, that was I probably did them like 1 month apart.
Yeah.
But Lisa Jewell, that's probably my least favorite Lisa Jewell, but like I normally like her books. So I'm excited to read
Yeah.
The Invisible Girl this month.
Yeah, yes, I'm very excited. Yeah, that's probably my least. No, I think I Found You was my least favorite Lisa Jewell.
Which one?
I Found You.
I haven't read that.
It was good, but I don't want to ruin anything if you read
Yeah,
it. I just felt like not much happened.
right. That's
So,
also the thing with Lisa Jewell thrillers is they're not twisty thrillers.
no.
So if you like a twisty thriller, you're probably just not going to like Lisa Jewell because it's not her
Exactly.
style.
No.
But I don't mind. I think you just have to go into that knowing it's not that.
Oh, for sure. And like if you like her writing style and I like her like back and forth flip between then and now and stuff and
Yeah,
I just like her writing style, so that's why it works.
me too. I noticed some of her backlist because I'm at the point where like I've read a lot of her more current thrillers.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of her backlists aren't even thrillers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know. I read the
So what was it? What is her
it's
genre
literary
background?
fiction.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, I didn't even realize she did anything other than thrillers.
Me neither.
So she must have at some point switched genres.
And I wouldn't even, I don't know if I'd call her books thriller. I think I'd call them mystery, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because they're not, and I would, because they're not twisty. So they're
Yeah.
hard to be thrillers when they're not twisty.
But they're very, like, I would definitely say they're mysterious. Like, they're definitely mystery, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I read The House Upstairs, The House We Grew Up in.
House We Grew Up In.
Yeah. And that's not really even a mystery. That's just like family drama. Yeah. But it was good. I liked
That's
it.
good. Yeah, see,
wasn't-
that's the thing. Sometimes I'm like, okay, this wasn't what I expected, but I still love her writing style. So I'm like, it's still amazing.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely. She has a new book coming out. I saw her announce her new book.
Yes.
I forget what it's called now, but I saw it announced.
I forget too. I like posted on my story. I don't even remember what it's called.
Yeah, like I saw it on Instagram.
Yeah.
It comes out next year, so I'll definitely read it because I love Lisa Jewell. But anyway, are we ready to start another sprint? Let me get the timer up, and we can get reading again. Okay. Happy reading. Hello, hello. How did we all do?
I'm like, why can't I hear you? And I'm like, oh, right, my
Your
headphones.
headphones? That's like when we were backstage, I had my computer muted and I was like, why can't I hear Kelsey talking? It's fine. How did you do?
Okay, I got 20 pages and then my mom called and I didn't. Yeah. So I'm hoping this next one I'm going to get a solid 40.
Yeah, it's fine. I didn't get much done either. I only got I'm trying to do math. Math is hard. 28 pages. My son wanted to go outside on the deck, so I had to go and get that set up and supervise that for a little bit. So, because it's cold, but it's not like freezing here. Like if you put on a
What's the
sweater,
temperature like there right now?
that's a really good question.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, I'm asking, then you're gonna ask me, and I don't even know. But it's cold.
It is 12 degrees today.
Okay, it's 11 here. So
yeah, so about the same. We've at night it's getting really cold. Like we've gone below freezing at night a couple of times.
Okay. We haven't hit the negatives, I don't think, at night. We've gone like
we hit -1 the other night, and that was the coldest we've gotten.
Yeah.
But it's fall, it comes.
I know.
So sad. It's so sad. But I do like fall. Like I like fall, but it gets cold. Like September is the ideal time because it's like fall, but not like cold.
But then I like October because like the leaves are so pretty.
That's true. This year I find we had one of our hottest summers ever.
Really? Okay.
So all of our leaves, like instead of changing color, they almost just fell off. Like it hastened that a bit because I think they were so dry.
Yeah.
From it being such a hot summer. Not that it was a hot summer for most people, but for here, it was an extremely hot summer.
Yeah, here
and an extremely dry summer. Like normally we have a lot of rain. There's like none.
See, we switched because here there was more rain than usual, I found.
Yeah, we had like no rain. It was not good. Hi, Kiana. How are you? I'm glad you could join us and you're off today. We were discussing this earlier, who has a holiday today and who doesn't. In the US. In Canada, pretty much most people have the day off. But yes. And hi, Kayla. Thank you for subscribing. I just got your notification. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy your time here. What are you reading or doing? Let us know. 12 degrees. Yeah, that is Celsius for our US people. It's not 12 degrees Fahrenheit because that would be really cold.
Yeah.
But it's not warm. But if you put a sweater on, you're fine. 63 in Pennsylvania.
What's 63?
That is going to have to go into some sort of math thing. Hold on. Fahrenheit to Celsius. There we go. 63 is 17 degrees. So it's not that different. No. I was like, I don't know. Not a clue. Read 21 pages. Lovely. 70 degrees in California.
So that must be like
probably 30. Something. Like 30.
30? Okay. So that's pretty good still.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. It's hard. It's like time change. It's like
miles and kilometers. Like we use kilometers and I think the US uses miles.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't understand.
I'm like, I can't compute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I got here late. I read 2 pages. That's fine, Hillary. What are you reading? We're going to be doing a couple more sprints. We were just chatting about how many we were going to do. So we're going to do, I think, 2 more. So we're going to be here for a while. I love how everyone says hi to each other in the comments. Yes. It's like such a cute little community. I love that so much about BookTube. Yes, my job recognizes Indigenous People Day. Yes, we had that last week.
Is it an official holiday in your province because it's not in ours?
Yes. It's a provincial holiday in Nova Scotia. Truth and Reconciliation Day.
So like is everything closed?
Not everything closes, but a lot of things close or go to like holiday hours. So like our pharmacies were open like 11 to 5. Our grocery stores were closed, schools were closed, everything.
Nothing's closed for us. Like literally
Closes.
everything but
Which
the
is
government
surprising for
workers.
Ontario, where it's a federal
is.
holiday.
Well, it is a federal holiday for federal government. They all have it off. But so my boyfriend had it off, but I don't get it, and most people don't get it off. But it's apparently going to be like an official holiday next year, and everything's going to be closed here. So
yeah, I think it makes sense. Like obviously, yeah. So we do. It is a provincial holiday here, so we get it. Most people get it off. Not everybody, but you know, basically a lot. 9 degrees Celsius. That is cold.
Cold.
That is cold. That's definitely you're gonna passing out of sweater into coat temperatures.
I'm already wearing my coat like most days. Yesterday it was freezing here. I don't know why, but it was like super windy and horrible. So I was already wearing my coat yesterday.
And that's the thing with like temperatures. It depends on that wind, because especially here where we're coastal, the wind off the ocean can be extremely cold. Could be very cold wind, and you're like, oh dear.
Like it says it's 12, but it's actually like 1 degree with the wind.
Right.
Basically.
Absolutely. Like the wind chill factor here is a high thing you have to pay attention to, because it can make it cold.
Yeah.
Cold. Getting very interesting. Couple of chapters. Pat, what are you reading? Can you remind me? I can't remember. I try to remember, but my brain's not that good. Ooh, are you liking City of Dusk? Let me know.
Familiar.
I've had this one on my, like, in my sites to kind of pay attention to. So let me know what you're thinking of it.
Oh, yes, I've heard of this.
Ooh, that sounds good. Caramel tea.
Oh, I've never had caramel tea.
I don't think I have either, but it sounds really good.
Yeah.
I've had caramel coffee.
Yeah, or like caramel frappuccino. That one's good at Starbucks. So I imagine caramel tea is good.
Yeah. Reading Beautiful Graves. Today in the United States is Columbus Day, so I'm off. Yes, we were realizing that some people were off for Columbus Day and some aren't. It's Thanksgiving here in Canada, so most people have the day off. I said that yesterday. I was on Michelle Sprint's night. We had just finished our turkey dinner, and I was like, "Oh, I'm tired. Just cooked a turkey all day." And Katrina was like, "Why?" Like, why would you just randomly cook a turkey? And I was like, "I live in Canada." Because it is like, why would you, like, nobody just cooks the turkey for no reason. It's too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's too much work.
It's too much work. Like, no one's just baking turkey. Or at least not often, because it is way too much work. But
oh, yeah. Yeah. The whole thing is I've never actually hosted, so I'm lucky. It's always other people.
Yeah.
And I just go eat, and then it's all good.
See, the first year I was like, oh, I'm going to do like, and I think that's common for a lot of people, where it's like the first Thanksgiving that you host it, you're like, I'm going to go all out, because you don't realize.
But then you have to keep doing it. Like,
how
you
much
go
work
really big one time and then go downhill from there.
Right?
It just
you don't realize how much work it actually is. So like that first year I was like, oh, I'm going to make pies from scratch, which is so unnecessary. Never.
You set the standard really high then.
Never. And I did it once and I was like, no, store-bought is fine.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to make sweet potato casserole and just like do all the things. And I was like, and I still do the sweet potato casserole because that's like a favorite, but like a lot of things I'm like, no, I don't need to make the stuffing from scratch. Like the stuff that you can buy and then make is fine.
Yeah.
So I've pared it down a little as the years have gone on, but it's a lot. It takes like 7 hours of cooking and you're just like
probably exhausted. Yeah.
I was like so tired last night. I was like, no, I can't do anything else. I'm done. And also like you eat for 10 minutes.
And then the cleanup is like such a nightmare.
It's like this huge cleanup. So it's like 7 hours of cooking, 10 minutes of eating, and like an hour of cleanup. And it's like the proportion is not.
What is the point of this?
It's like, this is not, why do we do this to ourselves?
Yeah. And I'm glad that it's in October. Because like imagine someone doing that, and then like not even a month later, well, yeah, about a month later, having
Yeah.
to do the same for Christmas.
They do in the States. I can't believe I like to have my little rest time. Although some years we've do ham one of those. So I only cook one turkey in a year because it's just easier.
Too much
Yeah.
too, yeah.
No one makes turkey on a random Tuesday. No, they don't. It's just not something you do. It's not like, hey, what do you want for dinner today? I'd like
a whole turkey.
I'd like to have a turkey, please. Like, no, you just don't. You just don't. The nice thing though is that you get all the leftovers, which is nice because my fridge is like stocked with food.
Then you just for the rest of the week. So it's just like you're all turkeyed out and then ready for the next year.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I've had enough turkey now. In the House of okay. Yep. It's cold in the UK. Socks and cozy sweaters, reading weather. I love it. It's nice. Like, I like fall. I prefer fall to summer. Fall's like my ideal.
Well, you can kind of stay in the house and just be like, oh, it's cold. I don't want to go out. And then you just read all day. So it's kind of like an excuse to not go out as much, which I like. So
it's true. And I think it's also because after this is my really least favorite season, which is winter.
Yes.
So it's like the calm before the, oh dear. We have, and we don't get anywhere near the snow you get.
It's brutal the amount we get sometimes. Like, I don't even want to think about it.
No, we don't get anywhere near what you get. And I feel like I'm always like, oh, we have too much snow.
Yeah, we get so much. Like, I'm glad I work from home mostly now. But like when I used to go in, I'm like, how did I literally like clear off my car, get my car to the driveway, make it to work? Like, and I would get up at like 6 basically most days. And it's like, how did I do that?
Yeah, it's so hard. Oh, thank you. I try to feed the people in my family, but you know, they only get turkey twice a year. That's it.
That's enough.
Too much work. That's it. And I will never make homemade pies again.
See, the thing is, if you buy like the crust part of it, like the pie crust from the store, and then you home make the like center part, you kind of feel a little bit like, ooh, I made it. But like really the hard part was done for you. So
that's very true. And you can also like buy the fillings too and be like, I made a pie when you know it all came piecemeal. I'm liking City of Death so far, 100 pages in. Nice. It definitely reads like new adult instead of adult. I've heard that from some people as like a negative, but I like still young adult and new adult fantasy. So like for me, that's not a problem. Thanksgiving in November, then Christmas a few weeks later is a lot. I would say it is a lot. Like I like that ours are a little bit more separate. Sure, my family's going to
good idea.
That's very smart. That's very smart. I think that's a good idea. It's a lot of work, especially if you're the one doing it. I mean, the people who just roll up and eat.
That's me. I just roll up and eat. Like, sorry, bye.
Those people don't realize.
No. I can imagine, but I don't understand. I think I would probably lose it if I was doing it all myself. I'd be like running around like crazy, just like stressed. I know it won't go well, so I don't bother.
It's mostly like the beginning's fine because like once you put the turkey in the oven, it's just checking it. It's that last like hour and a half. You're like, you have to cook the potatoes and you're getting this and you're checking the turkey and you're untenting it and making stuffing. It's just like so much in a small period of time. So all day you're like, oh, this is going so well. This is going so well. And then you get to that point and you're like, there's pots everywhere and you're like, oh no. I remember yesterday my mom came in, she's like, can I help you? And I was like, honestly, I don't even know what's going on. Like I was in a chaos and I did know, but to like say to someone else what was going on, like it was orchestrated chaos.
Yeah. And sometimes when you're like in your little like zone, like if someone comes into that, it's like, oh no, like you're in my way now.
It's just like, I couldn't even be like, oh, this would be helpful, even though it would, but I couldn't even like think past what I was doing. You know, it just was like, I don't know. I got it going on up here. We're just going to let it go. Oh, well, I hope she'll
Oh, that's
I hope
sad.
she's doing better soon. I'm sorry that she's having health issues, but I love that you're doing barbecue for Thanksgiving. Do they barbecue turkey?
Hmm. I've never heard of that.
Well, I'm wondering if it's kind of like, the people like deep fry a turkey.
Right. Yes. I can imagine it would be good.
Kelsey does not have a YouTube
I
channel,
don't
but
have
she's
YouTube.
linked in the bio of this video with her Instagram. She has a Bookstagram account. Although, if we all harp at her long enough, maybe she'll get a YouTube channel.
I've thought about it.
I,
I'm like, I just feel like I don't have the time, but I'm
I
thinking when winter, like I basically
yeah.
hibernate all winter. So I'm like, that would be the perfect time to start.
Yeah, and you could
Because then
just
I
do
can
like
get it
one
going.
video every once in a while. Like it doesn't have to
Yeah,
be. It can be very stress-free.
exactly.
But yes, her Bookstagram is linked in the description of the video. Okay, I am going to get the timer back up. If I remember what I'm supposed to click to do that. There we go. Every time, if you can see the people who have never done StreamYard, there's like 17 boxes that can give you different views of what it's
Oh,
supposed to
okay.
look like. And you're like, okay, don't click the one that makes my face big. Like, don't, like, which one? It's like, oh, it's a few different options. And I like, click the right one.
Don't click the end to stream.
Luckily, that's way off in the other corner because if it
Good.
was, although leave studio, which would to make me leave, is right there, and I'm like, not what we're
Yeah, and then
going
I'd be
for.
like, what do I do? People tell
Kelsey's
me.
like, oh no, she's left me. Panic.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just not. So anyway, I'm always like, okay, which one do I click? Okay, I'm gonna start the timer, and we're going to read.
Okay.
Hello. How did you do?
Good. I got about 25 this sprint.
Nice.
So it was pretty good.
Very nice. I did, I don't even know. I probably should have looked. 40.
Nice.
It reads really fast because the chapters are super short
Mm-hmm.
and there isn't much per page. Like it's a very it's a very light rom-com. It definitely
Mine has long chapters. Like this last one was like 20 pages or something.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
That's
But
long.
some of them are like 10, so it's kind of a mixture, but definitely not short chapters. But
Yeah, no, these are short, so a lot of the pages are half empty. So like
okay.
that's not, you know, so it makes it go a little bit faster. Plus, I feel like romance always reads, a little bit faster. It definitely is giving me Halloween Town vibes, but like an adult Halloween Town, because obviously it's an adult romance. So
Yeah.
obviously there's things that would not go with a Disney Channel movie. But it's making me kind of like it the more that I'm in it though.
I was
So
just gonna ask, are you like it more now or
I
less? Or like
am. I think it doesn't like the characters, you don't get to know, like you do, but you don't, like it jumps right into the kind of what has gone on.
okay.
So there's not like a bunch of character work, which I do prefer a bit more character work. But other than that, like I'm liking it. So
Nice.
I'm probably sitting at like a 4 star, which, is a good book. So
Yeah.
I'm happy. They also serve Thanksgiving dinner. Say, I missed this comment right before we left. Nice.
Yeah.
That was about the barbecue right before we left.
Yeah, I
22
know
pages.
a lot of restaurants serve like a Thanksgiving dinner. Like you can order like and you get stuffing, turkey. So it's kind of nice to just go to restaurants easy.
It is nice because then you don't need to do all the work or the cleanup. Like it's a nice way to do it. 22 pages and got to go get Ari. So I'm assuming you're not here anymore, Neva, but bye if you are. But I think you left a little while ago. Finished
Nice.
your book. Yay. Are you going to take a little break or are you going to go right into another book? We're going to be doing one more sprint. The reason I ask that is depending on the book, I'm either ready to go right into my next book or sometimes I need a minute.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'm like, okay, I can't. I also like, I don't know if it's just me, but I almost prefer to finish my books at night so that I can like just not even think about another book for like till the next day. Like it's a nice time to finish.
Yeah, I agree.
So that it's like, okay, I finished that book today. Now I don't need to, not that we need to read every day, but you know what I mean? Like it's like, oh, I
You
don't need.
have a little bit of time to process, even though you're
Yeah, and I
sleeping.
don't feel like I should be picking it up because I still have like hours left of the day that I should pick up another book. Because like for me,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I should pick up my next book. I don't know if it's because I do like content, so I feel the need to like constantly
True,
be
like go
reading.
right into another. Yeah.
Yeah, or if it's just because I own so many books, so I feel guilty if I'm not like reading. I think
Yeah.
that's a common book
Yeah.
people problem where you're like, oh, all the books on my shelves are calling me out that I should
Yeah.
read. Read about 10
Nice.
pages and had some coffee. That's very good. I need coffee. I'm starting to get like a little.
I know this last one, I was like, oh, I'm ready for like a midday nap, like when it's just like a little cold and you're just like reading and you just fall asleep.
Yeah, I think I've never fallen asleep on sprints, but I know people who have like taken naps in like done a nap sprint. I'm like, I could see why, because when you're like just sitting quietly reading, like you just naturally sometimes
Yeah.
get tired.
Yeah.
It just happens. Yeah, I definitely think I might need coffee. This is the time of day though where I kind of need a coffee every day, like at 4 or 5 o'clock. Like
It starts getting dark earlier. Yeah.
and I think that's it too. It's like now by 6 o'clock it's dark here. And it's like, oh, it makes me like tired, but I still have to like do dinner and a bunch of other things at this time. So I have to keep my energy up. So I'm like, coffee is necessary.
I know.
Finishing an audiobook next. What audiobook are you doing? Let us know. I love a good audiobook. Do you do a lot of audiobooks, Kelsey? Or do you just mostly read physically?
I mostly read physically, but I've been kind of like listening to audio a little bit. Like I listened to The Last to Vanish a little bit on audio.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually really liked it, but I just find like I pick up more details when I'm actually reading.
Yeah.
With like nonfiction I can 100% do on audio, but I find fiction I need to kind of read it.
Yeah.
But I do I've been like listening to a little bit on audio, like at the beginning especially, and then I kind of switched to physical.
Yeah, no, I agree. I find it also depends on the genre for me, what I like to do on audio, like nonfiction, definitely, because it's usually read by the, words are hard, by the person who wrote it, the author. That's the word, the author.
I thought you were going to say author, but I was like, maybe that's not the word you're looking for.
No, that's the word I was looking for. I was like, it's blank. Whew. Usually read by the author. And I find contemporary is easier to do as an audiobook, but like fantasy, I'm like, I can't. No. Unless I'm doing it and like still have the book that I can reference, then I could. But or if it's a sequel to a fantasy I've already read, I could probably do it because I already know the world magic system. Mm-hmm. But like just a random fantasy, I'm like, I'm lost. I do not know what's happening.
One book that I read I was trying to read the physical book, and it's a nonfiction. It's Why We Sleep. And I kept falling asleep while reading it because it was just about sleep. And I was like, oh, sleep. I just keep thinking about sleep. And I had to switch to audio for that one because I'm like, I'm just going to keep falling asleep while reading because it took so long to get through it because I kept falling asleep while reading. So
I could see that. And I don't read a lot of like in nonfiction. If I'm reading nonfiction, it does tend to be like more like an autobiography or a biography. Mm-hmm. I don't read a lot of like
self-help kind of.
Yeah, like that. I don't typically pick those up. Not often. I started last month for Bookopoly. I got like a thing of short stories that ended up on my Bookopoly, and I was like, I'm going to read one short story every day. And it was about her life when she moved here to Canada as an Indian Canadian. Mm-hmm. And it was really interesting. It wasn't because it was interesting, but I think because it's short stories and instead of just reading through them, I decided to do the one every day. It was like having to pick it back up again. That I'd be like, oh, well, I'm doing some, like I struggle picking it back up and I still haven't finished it because of that. And I need to just like sit down and read it. But I think that's more of a short story issue. Like, I just feel like I'm just starting to get into it when it's over.
Yeah. And with nonfiction, I find like it's not as easy to stay hooked, obviously. Like you can easily put it down and just be like, oh, I'll pick it back up in a few weeks and it's fine. So then I don't have the motivation to keep reading. Like fiction, I get hooked and then I want to keep reading. So
right. And I think it does depend a little bit on, because I will say I don't read a lot of nonfiction because I don't particularly like enjoy the genre so like as much as I enjoy fiction. But I did read recently, and I know you did too, was I'm Glad My Mom Died. And that I whizzed through that. I was like, that was so digestible.
Yeah. I love that one. Yeah, I listened you recommended to listen on audio and I did, and I liked it a lot.
Yeah, she did a really good job because you could hear her like emotions in the audio, which I think bring a lot to it. I mostly read with my eyes. I do audio while exercising. Yeah, that's a good idea to do it while exercising because I can't just
chores or doing chores. It's a good
way. I listen to an audiobook almost all the time while I'm doing like dishes and stuff like that because it's such a mindless task that I can focus on the audio. I can't do anything that like takes too much brain activity. I know Michelle, she can watch TV while listening to audiobooks. And I'm like, I could have seen that episode 1,400 times and I still would not be able to do that. Like, I'm amazed that her brain can process that all because I can't.
That would not work. Even while driving, I sometimes can do them while driving, but sometimes not. Mm-hmm. It just depends. Like if I'm doing like a route I've done a million times, I can probably. But if it's like anywhere new, it's like I just can't stay focused, and then I have to rewind constantly.
Yeah, I could see that. I'd be like, no, I can't do it. Yeah. I need something that needs no thought process.
Yep.
Just mindless. Okay, I'm going to set up the timer for our last sprint and the banner and all the things. Hold on. Oh, I changed my thing and I was like, oh, that banner is huge. Maybe we'll just go with the ticker. I changed my because I like the comments better with this one because it makes everybody's pictures big, so I can
Yes.
see who they are. But it doesn't. It was like, oh, last sprint takes up the whole like last sprint. I was like, that's a bit aggressive.
Yes.
Anyway, I was like, oh. Okay, are you ready?
Yep.
Let's do the last one.
Alrighty. Hello.
Hi, how did you do?
I got like about 20 to 25 pages, so pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
I did about that same amount, like 20-ish pages. I started to get like supper ready too, because it's 5 o'clock
I
here.
know.
So I
I'm
was
like,
like,
I'm already hungry.
yeah, it's 5 o'clock. So I was like, okay, I got to start like kind of making progress in that direction.
Yeah.
So I did some of that as well during that sprint. Taylor, I think you've already left, but 88 pages is awesome. And thank you for joining. I've had such a fun afternoon. I can't believe
Yeah.
4 hours flies. I always say sprints. It's like, woo, time gone.
It does.
It goes so fast. But thank you for coming. If you
course.
haven't, I know we said earlier, but Kelsey is in the description. So you can go check out her bookstagram there. I'm going to sign off pretty quickly on these because, like I said, I am cooking dinner. But thank you, everybody, for coming. And I'll be back with sprints sometime this week. I don't know when yet, but I'll be back. Bye.
Bye.